Welcome back, guys, to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are in Unity 6.0, and the version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. I'm just going to do a quick recap and show you guys what we've got working so far since the last stream. The last stream we were in Engine. We were working on the inventory, which, as you can see, you press tab there and it brings it up. We've just got some kind of placeholder interface there, which will be changed when I get round to creating the art for the UI. So we've got the loot interface, and you can kill the skellies, and then you could basically pick the loot, press E, and it goes in your bag. And when you collect the coins, that adds and shows on the at the bottom of the inventory as well. So it's really cool. I'm really happy with how that works. So this stream, I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. I'll probably do a couple of hours. Like I say, we've already coded in this the inventory, which is 40 slot. Now with the bank stash, it's basically going to be a big bank where you can store lots of items. So the inventory tab, if I go on the canvas HUD, and just turn that on. So the inventory is 50 slots. So you can see the size there, it's quite big. So what I'm thinking is with the bank storage, we would just have like a similar name, so we could have the same function here with a header and a bottom. Because what I want the bank storage to do is essentially we want to be able to take stuff out of the inventory and store it in the bank. So you'd need to basically go up to the bank, press E to interact with it, and when you interact with it, it would, you basically have the it would make sense to have the inventory on screen at the same time as well as the stash, because you'd need to deposit items and things. So if the bank stash is open, if the inventory is open and the bank stash is open, that's the conditions to basically transfer items. So you would move those items into the bank, and they'll be stackable as well. So I wouldn't want like lots of like taking up lots of different slots. So, you know, if you had 10 emeralds in your backpack and you went to the bank stash and you deposited 10 emeralds in there, I wouldn't want it to kind of, it would just take up so much room. And with the amount of stuff I have planned for the game, it makes sense to kind of keep them like stackable in the stash. Just trying to think the best way to go about that, because at the moment, the way the inventory functions, we pick something up, it takes up a slot, and then, you know, we fill our bag, and when our bag's full, we can't do anything else. Like, our bag's full, basically. So, just trying to think how to do this. If we have, I'd probably sort out the transferring the item to the stash. So if the bank stash is open and the inventory is open, if the player hovers over an item and clicks it, it should move it into the storage. And then when it goes into the storage, it would take up a slot. So that code would function similar to the way the inventory works. But then what you'd want to do is you'd want to have a check to say how many instances of that weapon or item are there. So we'd need to have an integer. Oh my god. Right. Okay. Right. I think what we're going to have to do, if I'm having this stackable ability, because I'm going to be adding in new monsters and things, and it makes sense to get this stackable part of the mechanic in there, because the next area that I'm going to be adding to the game is like a goblin village, and that will have 3 different types of goblins. So there'll be different loot, and I think I was planning on having like a treasure chest in that area as well, something that the player can kind of lockpick. Just thinking. I'm just thinking, how are we going to do that? So if we had... Right, let's look at the slot there. So the inventory is 50 slot. Now, with the size of the bank, it's almost like you'd want it on a potentially like a scrolling feature. Oh my god, that sounds really complicated. Or if we just have a fixed size inventory. How big am I going to have it? I feel like looking at the play space here, if the player's here and we had the bank storage there, or we could have it pop up over the character. Or we could just have it to the right hand side there. I mean, if we had it there, we had it that size. Just trying to think of because at the moment, if we go to the loot browser, if I just turn on the loot browser just for the second, the loot browser has content is in there. Okay, so if we... I don't want to have it scrollable, but I feel like I want to have the icon size slightly... not too small, but because it's going to be a bigger capacity storage container, it feels like it should be, it should have that kind of, just to keep everything, you know, it's going to be a big bank. Jesus. Okay. Right, let's turn off the inventory and turn off the loot browser. Right, so the first thing we need to do is import Those are the loot models. Prefabs. Enemy prefabs to projectiles. Loot common, loot uncommon. Oh yeah, that was for the name in the oh, hold on a minute. That was just the text, wasn't it? Okay. So I'm going to be importing my bank stash model here. And then once we've put it in and we've added the code, just thinking, the bank stash is going to need a nav mesh component to say it's an obstacle. It would need a box collider so the player can't walk through it, but they would be able to interact with it through a trigger collider. And sorry guys, there's a lot of processing in my head at the moment. I need to look at the inventory. So the inventory, it's actually a small bit of code, to be honest. We got the object variables, got the scene variables. Okay. So we have slot available, so that's object. Slot available. Okay, so slot available. I just need to quickly go into the prefabs, guys. That scene variable should be called can loot. Because that's going to get confusing, because if we go to the inventory, we have slot available, slot unavailable. Ah, that's what I needed to do. Okay. Right, one bug fix I need to sort with the inventory is the code doesn't trigger for it. So at the moment, this is the inventory on game start. It adds all of the children to the thing. So you basically can't. Yeah, we need the inventory to be invisible but active. So we'd toggle the visibility based on if the players press the button. That's one major fix that needs sorting because that actually affects its functionality. Right, so if I rename, so slot available, slot unavailable, these two lists can stay the same because these are only relevant for this current game object. So that function's going to need renaming to can loot. Because what this does is the slot available. Maybe, actually, I think we can keep that custom event slot available. We can keep that as it is because that is the correct name for this event, this function. This event, sorry. Slot unavailable, slot available. Okay, if we just go into the prefab here, so Okay. So what I'm going to have to do, welcome to the stream. I'm going to rename this scene variable to can loot question mark. Let me just check the other variables. Okay. Right, so it is literally the only bit I need to change. Spawned object, slot available, checks if it has space, and then we're checking can we loot. So this pre-check the slot available. That's determined at this stage. The only thing that would change that Boolean is in here. Right, so all I need to do, sorry, I know I'm talking to myself guys, but I'm just talking myself through the logic here. So I'm going to change slot available to can loot question mark. And we'll change that to can loot. Can loot. I'm getting confused. Hold on a second. Right, got it. Okay. Okay. Inventory children. Slot available. That does that. We'll keep that as that. Can loot. Can loot. Okay. So now we're just going to go into the prefabs. And this is the bone. So the only thing we need to do in here is what? Why is it only showing? What the hell? Why is the scene variable drop down only showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? What the hell? That should show a drop down of all the available scene variables. Why? Is that maybe because we've got so many? How strange. Unity, you're getting me a little bit concerned there, mate. Okay. So we call the custom event, slot available in the inventory, and we're checking can we loot. So when we press E, this happens first, followed by checking if we can or can't loot. And I believe that's it. So we'll save that. So that's the bone stack. Coin stack. It's literally doesn't need anything. Bloodstone. So we're getting the can loot, and that is going in there. So blood ruby, and then emerald. Topaz. Topaz. Just because I got OCD, I'm just going to go through and check that again. Can loot, bone stack, blood ruby, can loot, emerald, can loot, topaz, can loot. Okay. I'm just going to test that because that was being a bit weird, that node. Where it was only showing like 16 variables, even though there were a lot more. I think what I'm going to do, I'm actually just going to get the full backpack. Just to be sure that's working, because I changed the name of the variable. It should work perfectly fine. Just to be sure. Oh my god, dude. Oh! Skelly attack. Few more kills. Like I say, what we're testing at the moment, guys, is where I just changed that scene variable name. I'm just making sure that when we do reach capacity in the inventory, at the bottom left, we'll get a console message to say inventory full, and we won't be able to pick up the item. Once that's all good, I will then import the game model I made for the bank storage, set up prefab. Now, I don't have the tooltip in yet, so essentially, if the player were to... Why are you attacking from there, mate? I'm over here. If the player were to... going blank. I need to fix that rotation thing. So where I implemented a thing where the skeletons would face the player, I basically need to disable the trigger on their death. It's on the bug fix list. So that's actually not a bug in the available version on Itch. The Itch version doesn't have the respawning and the skeletons facing the player whilst in combat. Like, that's all new additions and changes. So when we release the next version of this game, it's gonna have the monster respawn, loot drops, XP bar, character leveling, stats page, the loot browser, inventory, and the bank stash. And then we'll implement a merchant not too much further down the line. Okay, a couple more kills, and then we'll be able to see the test in action now. I know I could easily program something in a little hotkey that could spawn 100 bones, so I could quickly test the thing, but it's actually good to be playing it in this state, because I may spot bugs with certain things, and it's just good. Okay, technically 2 more kills unless we get a gem drop. Okay, whoa. Okay, so now, if I was to pick something up, I shouldn't be able to pick it up. And the bottom left should show a message for that. And there it is. Perfect. Inventory full. That's excellent. Okay, so changing the scene variable name, that's all working now. Okay, so I guess we'll import the game model, the game asset I just modeled about an hour ago. We're going to import that. We're going to give it the nav mesh obstacle component. We're going to give it a box collider to make it solid. We're going to give it a sphere collider so the player can interact with it whilst they're within the trigger. And what else? Something else. It's going to need a script component as well, because if we look at the inventory, the inventory has a code on there. So we're going to have to also set up the interface. I haven't actually decided yet on the capacity of the storage. There's so many ways I could go about this. I could have like, if you think of RuneScape has a huge bank where you can scroll through. There's something like, I don't know, 850 slots. But then if you think of games like Diablo 2, where they have the town storage, like, that's very limited. And when the amount of loot in that game as well, like, once you've reached capacity, that's it. You've reached capacity, and you might have a couple of tabs, but even then, it's filled up. Same for Titan Quest. You have fixed size storage, and when it's full, it's full. So I quite like the idea of having a fixed size storage, but just ever so slightly smaller icons than the size in the inventory. And I want to give the option for things to be stackable because I do intend to add quite a lot of stuff to the game. So, what we need to do then is, thanks for the spam view suggestive. Right, let's import our model. So if I go to models, loot, well, it's not going to be loot. If I just call this, what should I call it? MISC models interactive, because it's an interactive object. It makes sense to give it that name. So storage chest, and there it is, guys. That's pretty cool to see my object. Oh wow. Oh, look at that, that's interesting. You hold right mouse and you can kind of shine a light over it. That's really cool. And look, it's triangulated the model because interesting. Very interesting. That's cool. Okay, so we have our storage chest there. So if I where do I want the storage chest? Where do I want the storage chest? I feel like we could maybe place it here. I'm going to create an NPC. Hey Awen, welcome to the stream, dude. Props. Oh, you on about the name of the folder? Just deciding where to place the chest. I feel like it should be town centre. I want to put it here. So, like I said, this is going to have, it's going to have, I'm going to create like a wizard looking dude, and he will be not an NPC you can interact with. He's not going to be someone you can talk to. He's basically going to be standing beside the chest, because this chest is, it's his, well, it's they're going to be like these kind of group of wizards. They're from like the wizards kind of guild, and they're the ones that kind of handle the storage, the bank storage facility using magic. So that's the kind of narrative behind the chest, and why is there a random chest in town. It just gives a little bit of an explanation for it more than anything. Right, so we've got the object. Storage chest. Let's just see how it actually... I want to see how that actually looks in game, because I did model that to scale with the player character. Oh, that really does stand out, doesn't it? That's good. That's pretty cool. That looks really good. That's a really good size as well. Nice and deep. God, that looks really good. I'm really happy with that. Bit of shine as well. So that really does stand out, doesn't it? So, what I'll do I want to change the angle? I feel like I want to change the angle of it. So on the Y, if I did 45, there we go. We just put that somewhere like that. Okay. I didn't know you'd still be awake, Awen. Right, so if we have a look at our other stuff, hold on a second. Nav mesh obstacle. There we go. Oh yeah, they were given a mesh collider. Yeah, got ya. Okay. Oh, that's why. I was just wondering, all of those objects in the scene at the moment, they haven't got the mesh obstacle, nav mesh obstacle. So I was like, how come everything else has it? It's when we bake the nav mesh. But I'm just going to give this a nav mesh obstacle anyway. So how does that look positioning wise? So we've got to bear in mind there's going to be a wizard standing next to that chest. Oh wow. Look at that first thing you kind of... Look at that. Chest. You gonna try walking through it? No? That, I'm really happy with that model, guys. That looks so cool. And like I say, when I was saying about the you can't see the gaps beneath that. Okay, is that a good position? I feel like it needs to slightly align with that house. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to focus and I'm going to go top down, orthographic, and we're just going to go 67. Turn off orthographic and do that. So at the moment that object isn't on top of anything, any other game objects in the scene. It's got nav mesh obstacle. Just want to see how the shading looks now that I've rotated it more to align. Yes, yeah, I did notice that. Okay, cool. Right, so what we need to do, we need to add the mesh collider. Or do I need to have the mesh collider? Because what we want to do, we want to have a box collider that is literally to the shape, so the player can't walk through or on it, because if they do, they're going to step up on the marble, and I don't want that. So I'm going to do a box collider to the shape of that model, and then we'll have a sphere collider that will detect if the players are within the radius. What time is it where you are, AUN? Oh, okay, that's not too bad, dude. You feeling tired? Perfect. Look at that. Nice, dude. You have the energy. Are you being fueled by coffee? Alright, so we've got the box collider is on there, so we can't walk through it. Next up, we're going to be adding the sphere collider. That is going to be the trigger. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to play unfocused. And I'm going to bring this out to my other screen. And we have that there. We're gonna just check that the player does that sphere collider is a good distance. So the player's there. I think that's a very good size, actually. I don't want to make it any smaller, and I don't want to make it any bigger, or else they could be interacting with the chest from here. So they actually have to be a close distance to the chest there. Yeah. I feel that's decent. Yeah, cool. Okay, we'll put that back up there. Turn off orthographic. Okay. Right, so at the moment, a storage chest. It's a nav mesh obstacle. It has a box collider to the shape of the model, so a player won't be able to pass through it. They will stop when they touch it. And then we've got the sphere collider. That will be the trigger that determines the what's its chops. One extra thing we need to do, guys. I just need to add the map icon, because the chest is basically, we're gonna need like a, as we add in different merchants and things over time, you know, the player's gonna need to have some kind of visual cue on the mini-map, like, oh, there's a vendor here, oh, there's a bank, or, you know, we're gonna need things that help guide the player. So we're temporarily, we're going to use, what have we got at the moment? We've got cyan for just random NPCs, yellow NPCs are interactable, green is the player, and red is hostile. So if we went just for purple as a temporary placeholder, and when I create an icon for the minimap for that particular thing, we'll swap that out, and the minimap icon would just be very simple, something small but, you know, easy to notice. So what we need to do is we need to go on one of these, and where we've got this, we're basically gonna copy that circle, and we're gonna go on there, and we're gonna paste. And there it is. So we're gonna give that purple. So I need to plan out, because obviously what I'm doing at the moment is I'm putting in lots of features at the moment that I want. I know we're gonna have like general merchants. You know, there's going to be ones that will, you know, sell you weapons. There'll be ones that will sell, I don't know, maybe food. So for the icons, like I want to keep the small circular single color icons for the NPCs that roam the world, but for the minimap icons for bank storage, vendors, points of interest, I think it would be good to keep a circular format to keep consistency with the other icons, but obviously for those ones they could be slightly larger, but I was thinking something like for the bank storage, it could be, obviously it would be a 2D icon. So I was thinking like a little chest maybe, because when we have general merchants, with the general merchants, you're going to have like, I don't know, a standard shop, and then that could be like a sack of coins, and then if it's a weapons shop, it could be like, I don't know, a sword and a mace overlapping. If it's a shop that sells ranged weapons, I mean, That could be part of the weapon shop as well, to be fair. But do you remember we're going to have 3 different types? We're having melee, ranged and magic. So we could technically have a vendor for each. And I would like to also implement skills. So I know that the player's stat page has the base things like perception, charisma, dexterity, intelligence, strength. But there's gonna be there's planned skills that I need to design and line out how they're gonna level up and curve and stuff. But I'd love to have a fishing skill in the game. So that was a really long-winded answer to your question, dude. I'm really sorry about that. I hope that answered the question. I don't feel like it did. But in short, the 2D icon, not too detailed, or else it won't feel like it fits with the theme and the art style. So, sorry for the long-winded response there. Okay, so now that we've given it the... I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it? It would be easy enough to, especially with that one, to take a picture of it in Blender, front on, and then have a circular background, which would be the I mean, technically you could do that all within Blender. Just create a circle, give it a color, and you could literally create like a circular format. You could create a circular position it behind the object in Blender, have that at the back, but large enough so that the game object sits within that sphere, and then boom, take the render, save it, then you've got your icon. Yeah, I don't mind. It sounds interesting. Right, so we're just going to test now that the minimap icon shows for the chest on the map. If I zoom out. Ooh. Oh, okay, we need to change that. Ooh. Storage chest. Right, I'm gonna give the chest the layer mini-map. No, I'm not. Why am I not? Oh, it's right there. We don't want that chest. Well, it's definitely there. I mean, we don't want that to show up on the minimap. I'll just show you guys what happened there, because you can barely see the circle because the game object, the marble, the white marble. If I show you. You see that purple circle? So we're all the same size. That circle... Maybe that is the same size. No, I think it is. So if we were to add a... Okay, I'm going to give it the layer POI, point of interest. So when it comes to vendors, like blacksmiths and whatnot, we obviously want their icon. So the minimap icon at the moment, I'm full zoomed in, right? I zoom out, I zoom in, right? If I've zoomed in, I want to see a clear icon that will be, so you basically would not see that chest on the minimap camera. It would just be a nice circular symbol for the chest. So if we add a POI, create a layer called POI, give the chest that layer, and then we need to make sure in the main camera we are in the main camera we would oh my god, the main camera would include that layer so the player sees it in the game, but then we need to exclude that layer from the minimap feed. So let's have a sip of the coffee. An object called scene line art. Oh, okay, so basically it just gives an object an outline. And can you change the colour of the item? Oh, okay. I'll have to look into that, dude. Alright, so you notice the chest is gone at the moment. It's still there. Oh no. Oh, it is there, yeah, look. See? So, we need to go to the main camera. And we need to include POI. So now, if I play test, that will show up. There it is. Okay, so now, on the minimap camera, we're not showing characters. Let me just check the skeletons. Yeah, character. So on the minimap camera, we're not showing loot or POI. So that won't show, but the circle will. So if we go forward, we should see a nice purple circle. Maybe purple wasn't a good bloody choice. That is so hard to see. We could give it an orange. See if orange is better. It's only a temporary thing until I've got an icon for the game. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So you can see there. Perfect. I'm really happy with that model, guys. It's a nice simple chest. I love the little marble platform it's sat on as well. Okay. So we got the icon working. That's all good. Right. The next thing. Okay. So when the player presses E on the storage chest, that's when we're going to want to show the bank storage. Awen, I wonder if you might be able to answer this question. Now I know in the Unreal Engine I can set things hidden. They'll be active, but they'll be invisible. You can toggle the visibility. One bug I've got with the inventory and looting at the moment is the game object, as you can see on a hierarchy, it's inactive. Because it's inactive, the code doesn't follow through, so the player can basically loot lots of stuff, and it won't get added to the inventory because the game object for the inventory is inactive. Is there any way that we can kind of toggle visibility? So it will basically be it will be active all the time, but the only time the player will actually see it is when they push the button and we show the visibility. I just wondered if you knew of such a feature. There has to be a way. Ooh. There has to be a bloody thing for visibility. There has to be. Because that I need that in order for the inventory to be fully functional. There has to be a way. Okay. So we have on the canvas HUD the canvas HUD is here. So if I just bring that up, go 2D. What I'm going to do is I don't need to have the Loot Browser one open because the bank stash yeah, I thought similar because of the way that we well, you know how you can hide things from the camera, like I did when I changed the layer on the chest, and I gave it the layer POI, and it wasn't visible in the game main camera until I added it to the what's its chops, the culling mask. So I mean, it's a right pain in the arse to have to go. It will be a couple of nodes to do that, but in Unreal, you literally have the option for visible or not visible. So, as well as a similar thing for it being active or not active. Like, there should be something simple, like, you know. I mean, unless we. Let me just hold on 1 second. Let me just. I can minimize the NPCs. The loot browser is layer UI. And if we go to the main camera, it renders UI. So if we created a layer and gave it a layer called hide UI, if we had a layer called hide UI, hide UI, that sounds funny, then what we could do is we can toggle that state. Instead of set game object active, we can set the layer. So as the player presses a button, it will basically change the layer. So that way it's always active but hidden, right? So to me, that's the way that keeps it keeps the functionality there behind the scenes, whilst the player's looting. If they don't want to have the loot window open, they can still run around loot, and then if they were to press tab, the loot they've collected is there. Because at the moment, that doesn't happen if the inventory is closed, because the game object's inactive. The code isn't you know, happening. Oh, I love streaming game dev. Okay, let's get back to the storage chest. Okay, so the loot browser's fine to stay inactive. Oh, that sounds a pain in the arse. No, think about it, because if I've got different, I've got three. I've actually got 3 cameras. I've got the main game camera, I've got the player's follow camera, and then we've got the minimap camera. I don't really want to have a 4th camera just for that. I think the layers route seems the most logical and the easy one to do. I feel. Okay. Let's do this, guys. So we're gonna basically follow the same format here with the inventory. So we're right. What am I gonna call it? Am I gonna call it stash? I feel like I should call it stash, because it is a bank in a way, but it's more somewhere where you can stash your loot. So I want to call it stash, because it's not a bank. There isn't a banker. There isn't an NPC that you interact with to access your bank. It's just a storage box. But I don't want to call it storage box. Stash is just shorter. So under under the canvas HUD, we're going to create an empty, and we're going to call this stash. What I will do, Awen, I'm not going to do it now, but maybe in the next stream, because I want this stream to be focused on the bank storage. Depending how tired I am after I'm wrapping up the stream, I'll see if there's time to sort out the layer for those other UI elements, the inventory. Okay, so we've got a game object stash, and it's going to be tricky, this one. I do need to have the inventory active, because as we're creating a stash, I want to make sure that it's within view. So where have I got that? One's top left. Up, top left. I guess if I had this top center, okay, so we're literally gonna replicate this same thing. So we're gonna copy the vertical layout group component. I'll keep that as it is. Vertical layout group. So I'm not going to give it the script machine just yet. We can copy the header, so I'm going to copy, and then I'm going to paste as child, and we're going to call this stash. Saying that reminds me of an amazing film I recommend to you guys, Tango and Cash, starring Kurt Russell and Sylvester Stallone. Absolute classic. Great film. Okay, so we've got the header, and that doesn't have anything else on there. Now the container, if I remember, was literally just an empty game object, and then I added the image component and then the grid layout group, and then the children are added within there. So the functionality I'm going to program at the moment will be just the ability to kind of click something in the inventory, and then when you click it, it will put it in the stash. Okay. Right, I'm just thinking about this because it's not going to be a button. I mean, those objects, raycast target, So if we were to click right, let's just create the game object. I'm gonna give it the same name, container. That's what I was just thinking. But then I don't know why I get this panic come over me when I just think about the script graph, about two different scripts trying to communicate between the two. I'm getting in a bit of a panic about that because of the other day when I was scripting. It's tricky, isn't it? What is also going through my head at the moment is what's going through my head at the moment is the only way we have of knowing what is currently in the inventory is just the visual sprite. Now, I know that the file name of all of those sprites I've got on my Excel, so I know what game object it is. So I'm sure there would be a function to check name of sprite in sprite component. If file name is this, if the string equals this, then show this on hover, or you know. So I know that there should be ways that we can check. Right, let me just get this stash UI all set up. I'm not going to have the bottom panel for the moment. I mean, don't think we're going to need one. We're going to need a way for the player to come out of the thing as well. And at the moment the escape key is bound to pause menu. So what we could do is where we have the escape key doing the pause menu, we could add a scene variable to say is UI open ? So if we're in a UI interface like this, we would say UI is open. Let me just make a note of this. Okay. Right, I've just made a note of that job. Right, so container, we've got the grid layout. I'm not going to add a footer bar for the time being. I can easily add one at a later date. So within the container, right, I'm going to call this STA for stash. Oh, okay, perfect. So I'd be able to read the name in the image component source image field. Hold on, where's my... Oh, that's because I've not set the size. There we go. What's the inventories? The Y is minus 50. There we go. I feel like somebody's watching me. No, I feel like this... I feel like this should go over the player character. Everything else has been kept to the left-hand side. The only thing on the right-hand side is minimap icons for the journal, stats, and inventory icons, and the loot browser at the top right. But for the purpose, when the player is in a safe environment, which is the town, if they open the loot storage container, that should go big. It should cover the character. Because it just should. It's quite a big interface, so just trying to think of how big I want this to be. I don't want to have a scroll bar feature. I'd rather go for, because RuneScape has a scrollable bank tab. I don't want that. I like the Diablo 2 or Titan Quest stash format where it's just like a fixed grid, so you know what you have to work with. Are you on about here? You're on about this space here, aren't you? So from this icon all the way to here. I just feel that's too small a space. Like, I don't want to move these icons, 1, 2, 3. I don't want to move these, anywhere around here, because you remember the narrative interface with NPCs, that all happens in this big section here. So that space is basically occupied. I mean, one option is that when we do these icons, they're actually kind of around the mini-map. That way it would free up a bit more space, but I still feel like, yeah, I just feel the stash needs to be a lot bigger. Like, I'm talking down to here and across to that side. And I was thinking with the stash, because the inventory at the moment, it's got a fixed size of the inventory slots. Whereas with the stash, I'm gonna have items stackable. It's just a lot going through my head, because obviously the functionality of it is going to be very similar to the inventory, but I want to give each kind of I want each slot to basically stack the items. So, because we're going to be adding lots of game objects over time, so it just makes sense to kind of I don't know, keep them, make it stackable. I'm gonna go for 10. Okay. So if we doubled the width, that would be 920. So 460 times 800. This one's at 920. Where did I go wrong with the maths? Okay, that's equal size, equal rights. Okay, so 10. Should it go bigger? So if that's 5 by 10, that's 50. I did 10 by 10, that's 100 slots. Fuck. 100 slots. Jesus. Oh no, wait, sorry, this was a 40 slot. 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 8. Okay, so if the inventory is 40 slot and I made the stash 80 slot, that's double the what's it, the capacity with stackable feature. So okay, Jesus Christ. No! Oh my god. Okay. Coffee time. Alright, so that's 40 at the moment. I'm just looking at the layout of the UI. Decisions. You can see, like just beneath that bar, those icons. I'm feeling like now might be a good time to maybe I don't know, maybe I mean, if I was to shrink down the scale of these icons, I could then nest them like just around the minimap, or even just like here, like this side here, then that should allow that to not conflict with the minimap. Let me just quickly do that. So that's 25, 75, so that's 50, 50 so that's 125. So those icons are equal distance at the moment. Now what you have to bear in mind is that these icons, they're not the exact same size. Like the skills page is the squarest of them all. And I will be creating my own icons. I mean, if these were to be redesigned, so that the icons were circular in shape, with an image within that circle depicting what it is, so a bag for the backpack, an icon representing the skills. and then like a scroll for quests or journal. And then what I would do, I would also redesign this, because this was AI generated, just placeholder artwork. So I would have a circular minimap, less fancy than that, but still nice. So yeah, I would have a circular frame with the northeast, southwest. But then off this side, I would have a curved, like another section that would curve round, like a quarter circle type shape, like a segment. So that would come off here and then come down here. That way it would feel like it's attached and part of the minimap. So I think what I need to do is just look past the eyesore that is those icons, because they're different in size and shape. I just need to keep saying to myself, this will be swapped out in time. It's just a temporary placeholder image. Because let's just see how it looks. Like I say, I know that icon at the moment is I mean, having them there, it allows us to, we know that stash will come down and it would fit on the, it would fit with room above the minimap. And annoyingly, that icon even though it's clearly within the canvas window, it's like, you can see it there. Oh my god. I feel like the constant pixel size works a lot better. It's just annoying. I don't know if you can see in this window. You can see in this window that icon is within the thing. When I play maximized, you see how that icon has see how that icon at the bottom it's appearing off the it's doing that. It's really annoying. Really annoying. In there it's within the thing, but when we're in the actual game it appears like it's off screen. Okay. Let's get back to doing the rest of the slots. Almost there. 80 slots. God damn. Um, 7:30. There we go. Look at that. Ample room. The anchor point set. Maybe it's the pivot. Do you reckon it's the pivot? Maybe it's the pivot. No. Do you reckon it's the pivot as well? As if that pivot point was set to the corner, then surely... I know the anchor... yeah, you'd think so. Like, I haven't set the pivot of... Everything else is... Set the canvas scale mode. Well, that's what I already did. You saw... I don't know if you saw me playing around with it, and it didn't really... Yeah, it didn't really work too well. Yeah. I mean, I did have that, but I mean, as it is at the moment, everything's pretty good. I think it was with the UI on the main menu. I needed something on there to scale with screen size, but that is on the fix list. I've got I'll just paste in chat so you can see what I'm keeping track of. These are my jobs to do. Oh, that didn't really translate very well. Basically, where there is a hyphen, that is an individual job to do, a bug fix. So I am keeping a log of everything that I come across that needs sorting. Yes, the known issues list. Right, what was I doing? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Right, so at the moment, our stash is set top center. We don't want that top center. The inventory is top left, so we're going to have the stash top right. I love this song. If we look at the loot browser, that's 50-50, minus 50, minus 50, minus 50. Do you see what I mean about the pivot? Okay. Okay. So it's double the capacity of the inventory with stackable. Just thinking about this, guys. Bear with me. I feel like we should give it a footer because because if we had any little buttons on the footer, like a sort button where it would sort the loot, like if the player is a bit messy, we could sort the loot. And if they wanted to, I don't know. I just feel like having a footer there would cover us for when we might want to add buttons to that. I need to plan out any features that I want for the stash. At the moment, what we just want to get working is the ability for the player to have the stash open and click items in the inventory, and then they would leave the inventory and go into the stash, and they would stack. So let's add the footer. Okay. Notice that that is scaling to that point. if we go on the canvas HUD, it scales there. I feel like maybe I could have it like that, maybe. Let's see how that looks. Okay. I prefer that. There's a bit more space now, and that's still a very decent size to see the icons. Let's just actually Let's go kill Skelly. We're just going to see how the size of the icon looks. Yeah, that's a decent size actually. That looks so much better than it was. Because before, I actually prefer that size. So adjusting the scale. Yeah, that's so much better. And we've got a decent amount of size there as well. Yeah, I'm just thinking the positioning of the minimap with the icons. I definitely want the minimap to be bottom right focus. And then just analysing the layout here. I like the size of the stash in the inventory. The character is center frame. So whilst we've got that up, we should give the player access to the mouse, but freeze it so that when we're moving the mouse, the camera doesn't follow, because that's the main camera. The follow, no, actually, sorry, no, it's the follow camera, I think. That's the follow camera. Oh Jesus. Right, so the icons for that stuff, the J, K and tab. Yeah, obviously that's going to change as well, that size of that window. Okay, so scale wise, happy. Okay, one thing I want to quickly fix, guys. I'm just going to quickly fix the stash. Yeah, I'll just keep that as it is. gonna be... Right, one thing I want to quickly sort, which I said I would sort at a later date, is actually the inventory needing to be active at all times. This does need to be sorted because at the moment, if our inventory is not open, the game object's inactive, the code doesn't flow. So I feel like I need a coffee. If we just get that sorted, and my note was, what was it? It was the renderer, wasn't it? We were going to have a layer. We were going to have a layer. I think it was a layer. No, was it canvas? Layer, yeah. So we were going to have a hide UI. Hide UI. We were going to have it called Hide UI. So instead of having the game object off, we would just hide the UI. And then with the escape button, I made a note of, because at the moment the escape button will bring up the pause menu, but you want to have a check there. I was going to add a scene variable to control that feature. Let me just boil the kettle, guys, and we're making good progress in terms of just some of this UI. I know there's some that still needs fine tuning and a little problem solving with why some of those elements are, I don't know, just not, they're appearing slightly out of the screen's boundaries. We have to also bear in mind that we're playing within the window. We're not playing truthfully full screen. Like, we're not playing in a shipped version of the game. But I don't know, it's just a bit weird. Let me boil the kettle and have a quick bio break, guys, and then we will rework the way the UI elements are shown on screen. Who's excited for the next bit? Woo! Right, just gonna make a coffee, guys, and then we'll be straight back to it. Okay. Let's check my sugars quickly. Check the sugars. What is going on there? Okay. Right, save the project. Right, so what we're going to do, we are going to look into, we're going to add a new layer, and this is going to be called built-in layer. Oh wait, sorry, this is you. Right, sorry. Okay. So index. Okay. So the main camera is rendering UI. So yeah, if I just change the layer to UI hide, then that would not be rendered. Okay. So if I go into here, journal, Journal Papyrus. Is the journal. So set layer. There we go. Oh, and we've got the index. Okay. All right, that's good. Okay, this is going to be interesting. So what we're going to do, we're going to move that node just there. We won't delete that, but what we'll do is we'll unplug it. So it goes by the index. So right, so if 5 is UI, so 5 is basically show, 9 is hide. 5 to show, 9 to hide. 5 to show, 9 to hide. 5 is show, 9 is hide. Five is show, 9 is hide. 5 is show, 9 is hide. 5 show, 9 hide. So where we're wanting to, yeah, 5 is show, 9 is hide. So we're going to plug that in there. That in there. That into there, and that into there. It's going to be interesting if this works. Welcome to the stream, guys. Got quite a few viewers. And that would need to go into there. So the papyrus, instead of that being off, we can actually have that on. So by default, I wanted that hidden because I had that off. So what I would want to do is set that to UI hide. Oh, that's interesting. If I set that layer, does that mean... Is that going to apply it to the children as well? That's going to be interesting. That's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Well, by default, we know they've all got they're all the layer, so okay. Let's just do it. Okay. Whew. Okay, so where was I? What was I on before? PC, parameter. Toggles journal on off. This is I'm nervous with this. Right, let's do the stats next. What I'm going to do for the stash, I'm going to put that on the UI. I'm going to put the stash on the UI hide as well. So if I press play, all of that top stuff should be hidden. Interesting. 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 What was the one I just did? God damn. Why did that? That's a little bit annoying, isn't it? God damn it. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to figure out how I can kind of keep these things active but hidden. God damn it. Unity. Why can't you just have a visible option at the touch of the fingertips? Hmm. If you hide it in the hierarchy, that's not going to hide it in the freaking game, is it? I mean, if you actually look at the description there, should the object be hidden, saved with the scene, or modified by the user? 1, 2, 3. You click on here. That's not 3 options, that's I don't even want to play around with those settings. Hide and don't save. Like, what does that do? Like, don't save in build. Like, these seem very, very dodgy options, and I really don't want to. Ah, that's just making me very, very. Let's just click on that. Like. Do you see what I mean, Awen? It's ridiculous, honestly, dude. In the Unreal Engine, there is literally a box and an option where you can say set visible. It doesn't deactivate the game object or make it inactive. It's literally a visible. And that's all we need. All we need is just a little box, a little node to say visible. Not inactive, not active. It's ridiculous that there isn't a node for set visible, like, or even a checkbox in the inspector. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I would have thought that setting like I've given the journal the UI is that saying that I've is that implying that I haven't applied the layer? I mean, if that's the case, that would explain, because that's the only. Stash. Inventory cam overlay. Oh, it's just ridiculous. I just need to pop some sweets. Give me 1 sec. But so basically, okay, hold on. So basically, I would need to remove the stash from the canvas HUD as a child and give it a canvas component. Right? So hold on a minute. Hold on. Alright, I think what I'm going to have to do, dude, is have a canvas for each thing. So, a canvas for the journal. The canvas HUD, basically all of the bottom elements on the HUD need to be active at all times. I think what I'm going to have to do is create a canvas for each UI window, and then just toggle the canvas component on and off. I feel that's the best thing to do there. Right. God. Right, give me 1 second. So we're going to call this canvas underscore I'm just looking at the hierarchy. So canvas HUD will keep the mini-map, the abilities, health bar, XP bar, and the icons. The things that we're going to be moving it. Right, so canvas underscore journal. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I know I've gone quiet. I'd rather just keep them in their own canvases. What I'd rather do, dude, is just see if I can try this way. And if I just move it out and drop it into this one, then I've got the game object and I can just toggle the canvas on and off. Right? So if I move it out of that one and just drop it in there, and then if I play, that should be there. Right. And then if I turn the canvas off, it's gone. Perfect. So let's just test that. So give me 1 second, dude. What am I in at the moment? Pause menu. I know we've kind of gone off tangent here where we were meant to be doing the stash. We have been doing the stash, but the functionality, we need to have it always active but hidden and only shown when the player interacts. Oh, good luck with that, dude. I very much doubt that. I mean, I'm not trying to sound rude, but I've got a preference for Unreal over Unity, and I just despise the fact that they don't have a node or a tick box to just basically say that the game object should be visible or not. Like, the way that I'm having to do this is just a bit of a pain in the arse. It's just really annoying. I think I'll just try it this way because I've just literally ticked it on, off. It does the job. The game object is active, but the canvas is invisible. So we're just going to do it this way. It works, it does the job, bing bang bosh, Bob's your uncle. So what we can do, where we've got the journal papyrus, I don't know why I've bloody called it papyrus. I think I'm just going to rename it as canvas journal. And we're gonna drop that in because we're gonna be reading this specific game object to get that canvas. So we're gonna go back to the player and the canvas journal, that goes on there. So now journal, instead of set the layer nonsense. Mother fudger. I have a funny feeling that if I plug that into there, I just have a funny feeling like the input, it says target canvas, whereas, I mean, well, that is the target canvas. We'll see if that works. We might need to basically do the get component route. We'll see if it lets us. Right. So by default then, we're going to click the canvas and just go bosh. And we're going to see if pressing J will actually show it or not. Here we go. Hey! I'm pressing J. Excelente, amigo. So if I double click that, we can see that the game object is on the left hand hierarchy. The game object is active, so all the code associated to that will be happening on the trot, on the fly, and we are literally just toggling the visibility there. Okay. Alright, it's a workaround, it's a solution, it does the job. Success. Is that a canvas variable or a game object? So basically, this I literally went UI canvas. Potentially, dude. But all of that quest line is functional. Yeah. The graph variable for the canvas. Yeah, it's a game object. This is an object, so it's not a scene variable. It's this these lists here within this inspector. These are object variables, not the graph. I don't ever use the graph variables. I always use object variables or scene variables. But yeah, when they're listed on the inspector here, these, if there's a script graph, these are the object variables. Right, so I'm happy that that works. I mean, I'm not happy that there's not a tick box to say set visible. Still a bit peeved about that, but oh well. Right, so that's the journal done. So now we're going to do the starts. Well, that's weird. And then I just put stats. I turn stats on, but then we move that into there. Very well said, dude. That's almost like a historical quote right there, dude. That's brilliant. All right. Canvas journal. So now, Jesus, what am I looking for? Stats. So this needs to be canvas stats. And we drag that on there. So by default that canvas is off. By default that should be off. Okay, toggle stats, sorry. And we can see if I just play test this now. So K's for stats. Oh, you fudge cake. Oh, dude, it does the job. It's nice. Oh my god, I'm so happy now. The one I'm most excited about is the inventory, because what we want to do is we want to repeat this code for the inventory, and then we want to go kill some skellies without opening the inventory, and then we want to open it after collecting a few items and check that they're added. Because what was happening in the current route, because the game object's inactive for the inventory, if we were to kill skellies, pick up something, then open the inventory, nothing's there. So this resolves a lot of issues. What am I doing now? Inventory. Okay. So I need to add a canvas. There we go. Have a sip of the old coffee. Ugh! No. Let's give it a play test. So that should be the 3 main toggleables. Toggleables? Oh, it's tab. Okay. Right, so the test at the moment. Now the stash is going to be there because I haven't put that into a canvas yet. But, oh, hold on. If I actually, oh, the loot browser should, I guess the loot browser should also have its own. We need to replace that as well to say canvas loot browser. Right, I'm going to hide the stash and we're going to play test this because I know the bug, and it was if we had the thingy closed. So what we're going to do is we're going to kill stuff. One bone. Two bone. 3 bone. 4 bone and a topaz. And there it is. Working. Bug free. Fantastic. That's amazing. So so that is a really, really good solution there. Right, the loot browser. We should do the same for the loot browser because in the loop manager, this will basically turn it active and inactive, but there's no harm in just using the same thing with the canvas for hiding and showing the visibility of the loop browser. So it's essentially always there, but it will only be shown as and when hold on a second. Alright, so loop browser needs to be renamed to canvas loop browser. So if I just quickly make a new canvas and call this canvas loop browser. And then if we drop the loop browser into there, turn it on, but turn the canvas off, and then within here we find the scene variable for loop browser. Because in the loop manager, loop browser, right? So scene, loop browser. So I'm going to rename that to what did I name the other ones to? Canvas, and then whatever it was. Okay. Canvas loop browser. So drag that onto there. Canvas loop browser. Canvas loop browser. And then go to the player armature, copy. Oh my god, dude! Copy the node, go to the loop manager. Okay. Alright, so the loot browser is always active. So for those things, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the canvases are off. So what we want to test now is just run to the skeletons, kill something, and make sure that that is doing what it should be doing. Welcome to the stream, guys. Let's go. That really does stand out, doesn't it? The stash. It's going to look really cool, and I've got the wizard NPC standing next to it. There we have it. When we're off. Oh my god, it feels so good to have that fixed. Inventory needs to be active all times but hidden. Right, that can be ticked off with bug fix. Okay, so right, so 4 hours 8 minutes. So what have we done? We've implemented a big fix here with the whole visibility of UI elements that we've basically swapped out the turning things inactive and opted for this much better option here by just targeting the canvas component and toggling it on and off. So the game object itself is still functional. The code on the attached script machine works in the background, even though the player can't see it. So that's fantastic. If we go to the stash, I don't know if I have the energy to do any more at the minute, because I have been up for a long time. I've worked through the night. I do want to have a pop at it, but I know there's a lot to be done, because the way I guess what we could do is okay. If the player, okay, I'll tell you what we can do. Let's add the stash. Let's just quickly put the stash in a thing. So how are we going to do this? If the player interacts with the stash, if they're standing in the trigger, if they enter the trigger, or if they stay in the trigger and press E. Okay. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get we're going to code in the stash to show up. So, and then we're going to use the escape button to come out of that, because when the player's in there, they need to get out of there. Tab handles the inventory. Escape would be the option to kind of come out of that, but we are using our escape button primarily to handle the pause menu for the game. But what we're going to add in there is a gateway block, and that gateway is going to be an if statement, and it will basically check a scene variable, and that scene variable will be is UI open, and that will mean any of the like journal stats, loot. So if the player pressed escape and that boolean was ticked on, it wouldn't pause the game. Instead, it would close those windows and then set the variables so that then if they pressed escape again, we would pause the game. So let's quickly get this in. So UI canvas, and this is going to be canvas underscore stash. Pixel perfect. I believe that's the only thing we need to do. Right, save that, and then I'm going to get the stash, put it in there, and then that hides and shows it. So if I just turn that off, and then this is going to be an object variable, because the thing that's going to be handling the storage chest is this little beauty. I'm really happy with the design of that. It really does stand out in the environment. So it's like oh, look at me, like, and with a cool wizard looking guy. It'll basically be like, I'll add in some kind of wizards guild at some stage. But like I've mentioned a couple of times this stream, as to why these chests are in the town, it's basically like part of the magic people. Like they have the ability to kind of be anywhere and take this chest anywhere. It's like a magical storage chest. So right. So what we need to do at the moment, we've just got the UI minimap circle, and then we've got the game object with nav mesh obstacle, so the roaming NPCs won't walk into it, and we've given it a box collider so it's solid, so the player can't walk through it, and then the sphere collider is the trigger. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a script machine, so similar to, I think, the inventory. So we're going to call this controller and then colon stash. So I'm going to add script machine, new script, and this is going to be called controller stash. Get rid of that, save that, and then we'll just copy that. Handles, stash, grid layout and management. Okay, so now that we've done that, we're going to go into our prefabs. So it's not an enemy, it's not a loot, and it's not the projectiles. I mean, it's kind of UI, but it's more a game object. I'm going to put it down in a new folder called interactive. Interactive, and I'm pretty sure in the models I had, yeah. See, interactive, models, interactive. So, prefabs, interactive. So I'm going to drag the storage chest into there, and then it's made prefab of it here. So it's got that all there. So I'm going to leave that there for the moment. Now, as I make live changes to it here, that should also update. And then the moment that I finish making updates to that, I would do prefab unpack. And then that would basically unlink that to that. So, okay. Right, so the thing that we're going to do at the moment is we're going to go into the script machine and we're going to add what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do actually. I'm just going to get rid of that. Right, so we're going to need a canvas stash. So canvas stash. And this is going to be game object. And we're going to get that, put that there. So at the moment the canvas stash, canvas is disabled or inactive. So we've got the, oh God, where has it gone? Storage chest. Right, so canvas stash. Okay, so on trigger stay. On trigger stay. So on trigger stay, and if it's to play, if that's true, we're going to check for a key press and what have I got off to, prefab. I'm just going to the prefab of the bones. So we're going to be checking for E. So if the player presses E, So when we're in the trigger of the stash, if we're the player and we press E, then you want to show the stash. So you would do we want an object variable for that? Well, that's going to be interesting, isn't it? Okay. So, right, I'm just trying to think, because in here, we have, what is it? I think we've got 3 things. We've got the journal, we've got the stats, and we've got the inventory. So it's 3 things. So it's almost like what we want to do is do it's like we want to call a custom event within here that will basically it will turn off, because whenever the player opens the stash, we're going to want the stash and the inventory open at the same time. You're not going to just want the stash on its own, because you're going to want to see how much inventory space you have. You might want to move things from the inventory to the stash. You might want to withdraw something from the stash, and well, you need to see if you've got enough room in your backpack. So I feel we should have a custom event in here in the player graph, because we've got all of the things here already handling the state where if the player has the journal open and they want to open the stats, we make sure that we open the stats, and in the same instance we close the journal, so it's already all functioning here. So calling a custom event from the storage chest makes sense. So I've got this player character here, reference, so I can trigger custom event, and we can plug that into there and add the name in. So on trigger stay, and we're the player, and we press E, we're going to open the stash. So if we go to I guess I don't even need it as a No, I think we would actually. Because if the player was to press E. Give me 1 second. It's like you want to close. You want to close the... Oh my god. If the player presses E... Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to add that scene variable I mentioned earlier. So that looks like Alter Sob Pen, but it says UI, tabs open. We're going to have that as a Boolean, and or should I just have that? Because if the player had the inventory open, if the player has the inventory open, or if they had if the player has the inventory open, or if the loot browser was open, or any of the other windows, I think it would be okay to just say, just specifically, like I think that should say is stash open, because this is going to be the thing that stops when you've got both the stash and the inventory open. There's not really going to be an X. I'm not going to have an X button to close them. I'm just going to have it as escape. So you press escape and it'll close both windows. So we're going to say is... Actually, I'm just going to call it stash open, question mark. So by default, that's going to be off because game start, the stash isn't going to be open. So we're on the controller for the stash. So when we stay in the trigger and we're the player, we press E, we will open the stash. But to do that, we're going to do it from the player's graph. So we're going to go to the player's graph. We're going to move this one down and we're going to have a custom event, and we're going to call this open stash, and we'll copy that, take that to the storage chest, plug that in there. So we press E, if that's true, we open the stash. We trigger that, and then I guess within here you would have, if the player presses escape, okay, right, so when we open the stash, we're gonna want to do a couple of things here. Now I've already got the boolean for it here, stash open. We don't need an icon. I'm not going to have an icon for the stash open. So we've got the boolean on the other page. So we just need to create a object reference. So this is going to be canvas stash game object reference. Come out of there. Go down to here, and we're going to get the stash and plonk that in there. And by default, the canvas stash is off. So now if we go back to the player armature, we're going to do a couple of things. So this is going to be a sequence. So, oh God. Okay, so we have three things here. We have journal, we have journal, stats, and the inventory. So so we're going to do a sequence. We'll give it 5 steps. So the first step is going to be to basically close the journal if it's open. Second step will be to close the stats if it's open. And the third step will be to show the journal. The fourth step actually, if I do 5, we're gonna set the scene variable stash open, set scene variable stash open to true. Set variable is open. We don't need to set a sprite. because that's just for the icons. So then we're gonna get the canvas stash, plug that in there, and put that in there. So the steps for that custom event is to close the journal, close the stats, show the inventory, as well as the stash. So we then need to have something to kind of gateway or stop the player from, if the stash is open, like they shouldn't be able to press like the journal or stats whilst the stash and the inventory are open. So, and the only time that would be off is when we press escape. So if we had a gateway, and then I guess you could trigger a close status. So basically, when the stash is open, we don't want the player being able to push anything else really. So we're gonna plug this in. We'll do an if. Is the stash open? If the stash is open, nothing should follow through if the player presses tab or whatever. So if the stash is open, we're not letting them open the inventory again. If the stash isn't open and they press tab, then that would work. So if the stash is open, they can't follow through that code. If it's not open, they can. Same for the journal. If stash is open, they can't turn it on. If it's off, they can. Set stash open. Let's give it a go and see if it works. I'm gonna play full screen. So basically we won't be able to get out of that window. So the test is, like, if we, at the moment, we're pushing through all the different things. Now, if we go over here, like, I'm pressing my other buttons, and I can't move. So what we need to do, that's working. So J, K and tab. So what we need to do is freeze our location. She's going to knock us. I wonder if we gave our character a Navmesh agent, if that means that the other NPCs will walk around us. That's... Right, hold on. So, whilst we're in here, we need to... Right. We need to have the escape block. So if the stash is open, we can't pause the game. And we need to freeze our movement. So if stash is open, we shouldn't be able to move our character. So what else do we need to do? Freeze character movement. The escape button. So if I just show you that again, when we're in the chest, when we're in the chest, we can press escape to pause the game, and we don't want that to happen. What we want escape to do is to kind of close the windows. Okay, so we're now going to put in a block here. Oh. So, if the player presses escape and stash open is true, nothing happens. If the stash is closed, then we would allow that code to happen. So we can just test that now. So if we go up to the stash, open it, and then try pressing escape, we shouldn't get the pause menu. Oh, but we did get the mouse come up, which is interesting. Why is that coming up when we press escape in here? How strange. How very strange. How strange. If the player presses escape and the stash is open, how peculiar. Why was I getting the mouse cursor when I pressed escape? Why am I getting the cursor shot? What's going on there? Why is the cursor showing up? That's really weird. That shouldn't be happening. How peculiar. I don't know why that cursor should only be showing. Oh, I know. It's because... sorry, I'm having a bit of a special moment. It's because we're... It's because whenever you're simulating the game and you press escape, it brings it up here. So you can actually come out of this and stop the simulation. That's why it's showing. It's not me doing something wrong with the code at all. Sorry, I was having a panic there. Thinking, why is it doing that? So that's good. Okay, and we can see that's working because if we... Yeah. Right, so now... what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to put in this last bit, which will basically allow us to... it will allow us to... What's the word? Close the stash. And so basically, we'll be able to open it, we'll be able to close it. And then the test is open a stash, press escape while the stash is open, and then press escape again to check the pause menu comes up. What we need to do is, oh hold on, add scene variable is UI icon, so we'll need adding to escape the pause menu, so apply for escape closes and set a variable. Okay. So we need to freeze. Right, stash work. So freeze. Oh, I've already put it in there, haven't I? On the graph. Okay, so freeze character whilst the stash is open. Add escape to close stash. So the scene variable is stash open. We're gonna get that. So if I now go to the storage chest, and we're basically, I'm not going to make the prefab, I'm not going to make this storage chest into a prefab just yet until I've got all the code in and it's functioning. Once that's all done, because it's going to have a couple of other variables most likely added to this, like a couple of lists and things, and references to the inventory. So I'm going to hold off creating a prefab until this is 100% working. Then we'll create a prefab because the storage chest will appear in different towns within the game. So I need to go to the storage chest script graph, on trigger stay, press E. I'm wondering if I can have multiple. Okay, apparently I can with no problem. Right, so we're gonna do this. So on trigger state, and we're the player, and we press escape. Right, so if we stay in a trigger and we press escape, you want to check is the you want to check if is stash open. So if we stay in a trigger and we press escape, and the stash is open, so if the stash is open and we've pressed escape, then we would trigger a custom event within the player script graph to say close stash. So essentially what we're doing here, guys, is we are setting up the whole open and closing the stash. We've created the game model, we've got it in, we've added all the components we need. Once I've done this final little bit with open and closing the stash, tomorrow night we will actually program the whole interacting and storing the items, freezing the character on the spot, locking the camera, allowing user input with the mouse. So there's quite a lot of work to be done there. So yeah. Right, so if the player's in the trigger and they press escape, we don't want anything to happen. It's only in the event that the stash is open and they've pressed escape, we close it. So we're gonna go to the player script graph and we're gonna have a custom event called close stash. Mate, where's the chest? Okay, so we're in the trigger. The stash is open and we've pressed escape. Then we trigger the close stash. Okay. So what needs to happen when we close the stash? Well, we would turn off the canvas for would you do the boolean first? I guess you do the boolean first. So when you close the stash, first thing you do is say the stash isn't open. We set the scene variable of stash open to not open, and then we know that when you're in the stash, it's just the it's just the oh my god, what is it? Why am I going blank? When you're in the thingy, we're saying the stash is no longer open, and then we're going to close the inventory and the stash. So we're going to go to the inventory, toggle inventory off, so we're going to plug that into there. So that's going to say the inventory isn't open, and we hide the inventory, and then what we'll do is we'll copy that. Why are you not moving? And then we don't need to do that. Set the variable. Set enabled. So okay, so now we're going to play test it, and we're going to check that we go into the inventory. We try pressing the other buttons to open the other panels. It won't work. So and then we'll press escape again to check the pause menu functionalities given back to the player. After that, we will then do another test where we open the stash, we come out of it, and then we open it a few more times. Just make sure it's functioning. So here we go. So at the moment we can press K8, KJ and tab Okay. And then if I was to have like journal up and press E, we do that, right? Now, I know we can move at the moment. We're going to be turning that off. Now, if I'm pressing JK tab, nothing's happening. If I press escape, it closes them. If I press escape again, pause menu. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to come out of that. We're going to save. And then we're going to go in again. And this test is, if I have up the that one for example, we're in the tab, JK tab, yeah, come out of it. Oh! That was interesting. What is going on there? So if I'm in there, so we come in, we press escape, we come in, press escape, come in, ooh, what's going on there then? Okay. Right. So, a very small bug fix there. I'm not sure why that's doing that. It's because it's listening for that, I think. I think that's why. It's not a problem though, it's a very minor one. If we just test that again quickly. Stash was open. Okay. let me just... Okay, I think what we're going to need to do is... I think we're going to need to set that variable here. Add scene variables you open this or just unplug this. Okay. Right. One little thing I wanted to just test. So we've basically got the stash opening and closing. So tomorrow night, tomorrow night I will be back for a longer stream where we will program in the interaction between the inventory and the stash, freezing the character, allowing mouse input, and we'll see how we get on with that. So it should be good. I've already done the inventory and it works well, so I don't think I'll struggle with this. It might be probably 5 to 6 hours work, but it'll be a good stream. What I just wanted to quickly test was adding a NavMesh agent component to my character, just because I want to see if that will actually affect the NPCs. I want to see what happens. Okay. Really annoying it's doing that, where I've literally put in the code. Yeah, that's an easy fix. It's probably just somewhere the nodes, the order of the nodes. Oh, I know why. I think it's because that's happening every frame. It's because that happens every frame. That's why. That's why it was happening sometimes and not others. That's why. The on trigger stay is effectively very similar to the on update node. It's like happening every frame. That's the bug fix. Okay, I'm going to call the stream there, guys. It's been quite a long one. Just before we started streaming the Unity game dev, I obviously spent, I think, 2.5 hours modelling the storage chest. So it's been a really good stream. We've fixed a big issue with the way that the different canvas overlays are displayed. So we've now got individual canvases for journal, stats, inventory, loot browser and the stash. So those are always active. They're just toggled, visible on and off as and when the player presses the hotkeys to show them. And we have created the 80 slot stash. We've got all of the interface there. There's just one or two little bug fixes to do with that code, as you just saw. Tomorrow night I will be back to stream more of the stash, programming it, freezing the character on the spot, locking the camera as well, so and allowing mouse input so the player can interact with their inventory and the stash itself. So there's going to be quite a lot of work there. It's going to be quite a fun one. So yeah, I hope you'll be joining me tomorrow night for that. If you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch to stay up to date. If you want to see any previous game dev streams for Unreal, Unity or Blender, I've got a YouTube link below for that. And if you want to play version 1.0 of this game called Sword and Scourge, it's on my itch page below. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for joining me. Stay safe and I will see you guys in the next stream.